Lutz, Becky Enright, Jackie Dublé, all in the Masters 1 Raw division. In the Masters 2, we've got Melissa Mitchell and Cynthia Browning, and then finally Alicia Webb. In the Masters 3 division, we've got three women, Joanne Craig, Janice Francis, and Diane Kuhn. All of them hold world records. And finally up, ladies and gentlemen, our Masters 4 lifters. That's going to be Linda Gorham and Sonia Stevenson. Now, Linda's son, Nathan, competed in session number 3 earlier this afternoon and did an outstanding job setting American records. So let's go over just a little bit about what to expect with our Masters lifters. This is a Masters Pro Series. Today at the Arnold is the final culmination of that. You had to have lifted in the Mega Nationals last year, and then you had to lift in another of the Pro Series meets. Today is the final, and our Masters lifters are trying to earn their Masters Pro card and move on from there. Really quickly, USA Powerlifting, the largest drug-tested powerlifting federation in the United States. And last year, our members topped 27,480 members. We ran 428 sanctioned events, and we had over 700 lifters at the Mega Nationals. And today, A7 and Rogue are our sponsors, bringing you the Arnold with USA Powerlifting. Today, all of our lifters are, while they weighed in and they established their weight classes so that they can set records, they're going to competing at the end. They're going to be competing at the end with a dot score. So when they weigh in, they establish their body weight, and from that body weight, a coefficient is assigned. And the coefficient is based on the fact that we've always wondered since time eternal, who's the strongest lifter? Is it the most amount of weight, or how many times your body weight that you've lifted? So we've tried to put it together with a math, and we've established a coefficient. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. We're calling the lifters to the platform. And on deck, up first is going to be Linda Gorham. She's asked for 90 kilos. We're introducing the referees. This is Heather Foss, our South Carolina State Chair, as well as our Women's Committee Chair. Joshua Anderson from Alexander Holder, and we are introducing our referees. So while Gino is doing that beautifully, let's get back to talking about how the structure of this meet is. We've got raw Masters lifters and equipped Masters lifters, and the raw Masters lifters will be lifting first. The equipped will be doing it second. And the first lift that they're going to be doing will be the squat. And in the squat, there's two commands. There's the squat and then the rack. So what happens is the bar is called ready. The lifter goes out onto the platform. They stand underneath the platform, stand up with it. When they back out, they stand with their knees locked. When the two side referees say yes, the lifter is in a position to receive the signal to start, they put their hands down. The chief referee gives the signal to squat. The lifter goes down until the top surface of the leg at the hip joint goes below the top of the knee. And then they come back up and wait with their knees locked, and the chief referee will say rack. So some of the reasons why you might go down and come back up but still get a red light is you didn't go deep enough. The crease of the thigh at the hip joint did not go below the top of the knee. Your knees were not locked at the end. You did not wait for the referee's signals. And all of these are just technical reasons for why you might finish a lift, you complete it, but you still are not passed, and it is a no lift. So that, in a nutshell, is the basics of the squat. So up first, we're going to have Linda Gorham. Now, Linda is a Masters 4, which means, ladies and gentlemen watching from home, she's in her 70s. And Linda was the one who convinced her son, Nathan, to join into powerlifting. And Nathan today set American records. Linda does hold world records. She holds world records in the squat and in the total. And actually across the board for the Masters 4, again, 70 to 79, she holds all of the world records. She's starting off only 10 kilos or 11 pounds less than her very best. The bar has been called ready. The clock starts. She has 1 minute to get onto the platform, get the squat signal, and get the lift started. Up next is going to be Sonia Stevenson, another of our Masters 4 lifters. So Linda's underneath the bar. She's tensed up. She's pushing against that belt, stands up vertically, backs out of the rack. She's standing there waiting for that squat signal. The two side referees have put their hands down. Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, what a way to start the beginning of this session. Convincingly with 3 white lights. Let's watch this in replay if we can. We're moving on to Sonia Stevenson, who's also a Masters 4 lifter. Now Linda lifts in the 90 kilo class, that's 198. Sonia is lifting in the 100 kilo class, or 220. And Sonia is opening with 92.5 kilos. This is 203 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. 203 pounds, 92.5 kilos. And Sonia is 72 years old. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're at home watching and you're saying, no, the calendar says I cannot be an athlete, ladies and telling you, these ladies are saying, yes, you can be. These are competitive athletes. They're telling the calendar, I don't recognize you. I'm not going to acknowledge you. So up next on the platform is going to be Cynthia Browning. Cynthia is a Masters 2 lifter, and she's out of Indiana. Now she holds world records in the 75 kilo class, or at 165, but she's moved down in weight class to the 67.5 kilos, or 148. I would imagine that she's trying to set world records at this weight class. Very fast squat too, excellently executed. Let's watch that again. Here she goes, squat signal from Chief Referee Dane Roach. And 3 white lights. Okay, up next is going to be Janice Francis. Janice is one of our Masters 3 lifters, which means she's in her 60s. Now Janice is a retired retired anesthesiologist, originally from Antigua. And bench press is her favorite lift altogether. She owns 2 world records in the bench press. Bench press and total and deadlift. All right, she's standing up underneath the bar. Backing out. Legs are locked, side referees, hands are down. Big breath of air, push against that belt. And down again. The depth is the top surface of the leg at the hip crease, below the top of the knee, and she executes it beautifully. Beautifully. 3 white lights. The decision is not in the hands of the referees. Up next is going to be our M2 lifter, Melissa Mitchell. Melissa retired from the police department in Norfolk, Virginia, and is now working for the Norfolk, Virginia Beach Airport Police. She's loving it, and quite honestly, if you ever have a car that you need to have corrected and detailed, she loves doing it. She's being coached by Samantha Calhoun of Sam Strong. This is 120 kilos. This is 264 pounds altogether. One step, set up, so quick. Down, up, wait for the signal to rack. The chief referee gives a verbal as well as a hand signal at the same time to put the bar back in the rack. Let's watch this from a different angle. Executed beautifully. Executed beautifully. Up next, Joanne Craig, one of our Masters 3 lifters. Joanne is lifting in the 67.5 kilo class. No, I'm sorry, she moved up to 75 kilos today. She does hold world records in the 75 kilo class with her best squat ever. The world record at Masters 3, which would be 60 to 69, is at 304 pounds. So again, ladies, if you're at home and you're watching and you say, I can't do this, yes, you can. We invite you, come and join us in the gym. Let's tell Father Time that calendar, I do not recognize your limitations. This is 275 pounds on the bar, 125 kilos. Very upright stance while she's doing that. Down, up, 3 white lights. And you'll see that Joanne had the racks in. They're leaning in slightly while she is doing that. Lifters will do that when they take a step back. That way the weights don't hit the rack. And for the larger men, it's so that they can actually grip to the outside of the rack because that's the easiest thing for them. Diane Kuhn is up next. Diane is another one of our Masters 3 lifters. And Diane is actually the #1 on the Masters 3 Pro leaderboard at this time. Diane is asking for the same weight that Joanne did. And Joanne is lifting in the 82.5 kilo class. Down, up. Diane is from the state of Texas, and you can see the flag on her t-shirt as you're doing it, as she is doing her squats. Down, up, there we go. All right, up next, we've got our first of our Masters 1 lifters. This is Dr. Jennifer Souter. Dr. Souter is a pathologist, and usually her husband is lifting in the meet with her, but today he's on the sidelines cheering her on. Jennifer's ranked #4 on our Masters 1 Raw Pro leaderboard for the Masters. She's opening up at 140 kilos, only 7.5 kilos below her best. $308 pounds on the bar, and she weighed in less than 132. Deep and powerful. Excellent squat. 3 white lights. All right, up next is going to be Leah Lutz. Leah is a multiple-time world competitor. She's #3 on our pro leaderboard. She holds multiple California records. She's competed internationally twice and bringing home the gold medal. She's been a coach at our international team as well, international masters team as well. She's opening up just 2.5 kilos below her best ever. Oh, I think she's going to establish a new personal record today. 3 white lights. Now we're moving on to Becky Enright. Becky Enright is going to be our lifter next. She is ranked #2 on the Masters Pro leaderboard for the M1s. And you can see that she's opening up with 155 kilos. That's a conservative opener for her, and she's lifting in the 67.5 kilo class, or 148 3/4. This is 341 pounds on the bar. And again, she weighs less than 148. So they're having to adjust the rack because they want everything to be exactly correct and they want the bar to be exactly even. So what they do is whenever the platform needs to be reset and the spotters and loaders, we have a correction on the rack, they reset that 1 minute clock. So Becky's time started all over again. While the clock had started initially, the bar was not set, and so they reset the clock so that she could continue on. She's got 33 seconds left on the bar on the clock at this time. The signal to squat. Down, up, and 3 white lights. So I had a conversation with Becky at another time. Becky is originally she is still living in Washington. She was an RN in the emergency room for over 15 years, and now she works with oncology over the past year. This is our Masters 1 Pro Masters leader, Jackie Dublé. She lives in the 100+ kilo class, and she's being coached by Alyssa Havison. She's opening with 192.5. That's 424 pounds. Very conservative opener. She holds the world record in the Masters 1 at 100+ at 205. All right. So what we have is we've got a slowdown. We had an incorrect weight on the bar. They caught it before she goes up on the platform. So again, that clock stops. They're going to reset it. And the bar is ready again. And now Jackie Dublé is up on the platform, our Masters 1. Now, all of the Masters are grouped together based on that coefficient. So your body weight gives you a coefficient. And again, the coefficient is based on that age-old question. Who's stronger, the one moving the most amount of weight or the one multiple times their body weight? Right now, we're going to watch Jackie as she goes down, and this is one of her favorite lifts. 3 white lights, and she is in the meet. All right, our final raw lifter is going to be Alicia Webb. Let's finish up with talking about those DOT scores. So based on your body weight, you get a coefficient. And at the end of the meet, based on your total, the coefficient, that DOTS coefficient, is multiplied by your total to give you a DOTS score, which is what we try to use to mathematically compare across all of the weight classes. Now, these are masters lifters. So we understand that maybe when you're 60, you're not as strong as when you were 40. So we also have an age coefficient that we add in as well. But that comes in at the very end of the meet. For now, Alicia Webb is on the platform. She is number 1 on the Masters 2 Raw Pro Leaderboard. She is a multi-time world champion. And the side referees, all 3 referees said that she needs to get deeper. So when we had talked about at the very beginning, the top surface of the leg joint, the top surface of the leg at the hip joint has to go below the top of the knee. That is what they're watching. That's what all 3 referees are watching from their different vantage points. So you have 3 different referees, all from different viewpoints, watching what's going on the platform. And they call what they see from their angle. So Alicia, all 3 referees said that she needs to go deeper. We're now going to be moving into the second attempt for all of our A-flight or raw lifters. And up first is going to be Sonia Stevenson. Again, she is a Masters 4 lifter. She's 72. She's lifting in the 100 kilo class or 220 pound class. She's been to nationals 5 times. And ladies and gentlemen, she holds world records in both the M3 and the M4 weight classes. And there you go. That is how it is done. And she's not wearing a belt to brace against or anything else like that. And that was a very successful lift. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, I would very much expect that Sonia is going to try for a world record on her third. She's only 2.5 kilos below what her world record is in the 100 kilo class. No. So all she has to do is go up by 0.5 to 103, and she would beat her world record. Linda Gorham is on the platform right now. She's got 102 kilos. She is number 1 on our M4 Masters Pro leaderboard. Let's see what they say. The two side referees say everything was good. The chief referee gave a red light. Next up is going to be Cynthia Browning. Cynthia Browning is one of our M2 lifters. She's number 5 on the Masters Pro leaderboard. And actually what's really interesting is Cynthia doesn't have a long history in powerlifting. She exploded more or less on the scene in the 2021 Virginia Pro when she was invited by the meet director to attend there. And since then she has set world records in the Masters too, specifically in the bench press. And she got 3 white lights with that. So she is solidly in the meet. Let's watch this again. All right, Janice Francis is up next. Janice is lifting in the 82.5 kilo class. That's 181. She is a retired anesthesiologist. And she's been an athlete for a long time, but she just started powerlifting about 10 years ago altogether, I think is what she told me. 117.5 kilos on the bar, 259 pounds. Janice is 68 years old, and yet she owns world records. Look at that. Wasn't that exquisite? Down, up, with great speed, both down and up in both directions. No slowing down whatsoever. It didn't even look like it was a struggle. Up next at 127.5 kilos, 283 pounds is going to be Melissa Mitchell. Mel is number 4 on the Masters 2 Pro leaderboard. This is 7.5 kilos or 15 pounds less than her personal best altogether. Melissa's been to a world championship and brought home the gold as a Masters 2. She's a 4-time national champion. She owns 7 American records in the 56 kilo class as well as the 60 kilo class. Here she goes, 127.5 kilos, down and up. Coached by Samantha Calhoun. 3 white lights. On the platform now, Diane Kuhn. Diane's got plans for some world records later. This is 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds. Diane is 65. Oh, don't blink, you'll miss it. It was that fast. 3 white lights. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we execute a good squat. Beautifully and well done. Now, Diane really loves her deadlift. So I'm looking for a world record deadlift later. And again, this is the USA Powerlifting Masters Pro Series final. We have got 13 raw women and 13 raw equipped women masters across the 4 different masters categories. And Masters 1 is 40 to 49, Masters 2 50 to 59, Masters 3 is 60 to 69, Masters 4 is 70 to 79. On the platform now is Joanne Craig, our Masters 3 lifter. Joanne is 62. She's in the 75 kilo class, or 165. She's going for 135 on the bar. This is 297, and Joanne loves squats, so this is her favorite lift. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Jennifer Souter. And Jennifer Souter has asked for 148 kilos. Now, the thing that makes that unique is the fact that it is not a multiple of 2.25. It's not a multiple of 2.5. And because it's not a multiple of 2.5, that tells us immediately, based on the number, this is a record. This is an American record attempt. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to slow down in case you could hear Gino in the background. This is 148 kilos on the bar, 326 pounds. Now, let's put that in perspective. Jennifer she weighs less than 132. She weighed in at 59 kilos, so less than 132 pounds. She's number 4 on the pro leaderboard. So Dr. Souter is powering it up. And this is now a new personal record for her. Previously it was 147.5, which was also the American record and the Virginia record. But now she owns a new American record on her second attempt. So let's see what she's going to do on her third. All right, up next is going to be Leah Lutz. And again, Leah is a multi-time world champion. She's also coached our international masters team to success. Leah's from California and she owns multiple California records. This is only 7.5 kilos off of her personal best. 15 pounds. This is 150 kilos. 330 pounds. And that, ladies and gentlemen, with that kind of execution is why she is a world champion. Up next is going to be Becky Enright. Now Becky is opening with her second attempt. You have 3 attempts in squat, 3 attempts in bench press, 3 attempts in deadlift. You take the best of those lifts, you combine them together for a total, and then we go from there. And we'll address that later when we get closer to deadlift. For now, we're doing squat. Becky's on the platform. And again, Becky is number 2 on the Masters 1 Pro leaderboard. She owns the Masters 1 record, world record, at 177.5. So this is conservative for her at 165 kilos. And the lights are white. All right, up back on the platform is going to be Alicia Webb. She's asked for the same weight again at 195 kilos. This is 429, which was her opener. Alicia is the leader of the Masters 2 Pro leaderboard. She owns the world record in squat. All right, Alicia's got the... Let's see what the... And it was a good lift. So Alicia is on the bar, on the platform. So Alicia has moved up to the 100 kilo class by weighing in at 94. And Jackie Dublé has moved up to the 100 plus class. Jackie owns the world record at 100 and at 100 plus. And up on the platform now is going to be Jackie Dublé. She's only 2.5 up. She's asked for 205.5, which is an American record. This is a world record on the platform by half a kilo, so she is chipping the bar, chipping the record by 0.5 kilos. We've got international referees in all the chairs, Joe Marksteiner, Dane Roach, and Heather Foss, down and up. And with that, a new Masters record is set. New Masters 1 record is set. 205, that would be 231 plus an extra, so we're talking 232 pounds. Watch the speed with this. Down, up, there we go. That's a new world record for Jackie. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we have 3 attempts in squat. The first flight we'll do squat number 1, squat number 2, squat number 3, and now we're moving into our third and final lifts. So the first one, you open with a weight that you know that you can achieve, and then you start pushing yourself. This is going to be the final one, the final squat on the platform. And all of them are going to be pushing themselves, challenging themselves. This too is going to be a world record attempt at 103 for Sonia. Down and up. So we've already seen one world record with Jackie. And Sonia has now set a new world record herself. She beat her own personal record. She held it before with 102.5, and now she's bumped it up by half a kilo. Normally, if you look at the scoreboard, it is in multiples of 2.5, so 125, 127.5. Whenever we see something that is not a multiple of 2.5, we know it is a world record. On the platform now is going to be Linda Gorham. She's got 107.5 kilos on the bar, 236 pounds. And again, Linda is a Masters 4 lifter. Her son lifted earlier today. Linda's lifting in the 90 kilo class, 198, and she is 72 years old. Three white lights for that. And that was another world record. The referees are in the chair to ensure that those world records are recognized. Our national referees return to the chair. Janice Francis is next up on the platform. This is 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds. Janice is a Masters 3 lifter. She's 68 years old. This will give her a new personal record. She had tied it on her second. She's trying to add another 5 kilos. This is another 11 pounds to that personal best. So let's watch. Let's wish Janice white lights. Here we go. Side referee's hands are down. Janice has got the signal to start. Down she goes. Up. She started to go up, and then the bar went back down. For her safety, the spotters and loaders will step in and assist her in taking the bar. So she finishes with 117.5 kilos, which ties her personal best from before. On the platform now is going to be Cynthia Browning. And remember, Cynthia, she loves bench press. She moved down a weight class to the 67.5 kilos, or 148 for this meet. Currently, she holds world records in the 75 kilo class, or 165. So she's moved down for this weight class. She's got the bar up. She's backed out. That was a good lift for Cynthia. And she's going to be opening with a big bench, so we're going to be waiting and watching for that. Up next is going to be Melissa Mitchell. She's asking for 130 kilos. This is 286 pounds. Now Melissa weighs less than 56 kilos. She's in the 56 kilo class, which means she's lifting at under 123 pounds. She's got 286 on her back. Down, bar stalled. She's shaking her head, telling the spotters and loaders, go ahead and take it. And they stepped in to do that. At this time, I'd like to just take a real quick moment and recognize and thank our spotters and loaders. While we've got 12 lifters in A flight and 8 lifters in B flight, that gives us a total of 20 lifters. Each lifter only does 3 squats, but the spotters and loaders are doing 20 times 3, so they're doing a total of 60 squats by going down and up with each lifter. All right, this is Diane Kuhn. She's back on the platform. Diane is the leader in our Masters 3 Pro leaderboard. This is 137.5 kilos, and it's 5 kilos less than what her overall best is. So this is 303 on the bar. Oh, but Diane loves deadlift, so. Oh, down and up. What a way to power it. Way to power it. 303 is good. All right, up next we've got Joanne Craig. And Joanne moved up to the 82.5 kilo class in the Masters 3. Now this is interesting, ladies and gentlemen, because prior to this morning, Lori McDonald owned the world record at 145 kilos. She bumped it to 145.5. Well, now Joanne, who is in the 82.5 kilo class Masters 3, is going to bump it up again by another half kilo. So we had one world record set the session before, and now Joanne is coming in Masters 3, 82.5 kilos, 181 pound weight class, and she is going for 146 to beat the world record that was set earlier today. This is 321 pounds on that bar. Okay, and she said not today. But you never get it if you never try. So she put the weight on the bar, fully intending to get that world record. She came partially up, and then it stalled out on her. All right, Jennifer Souter, Dr. Souter has asked for 150.5 kilos. And Dr. Souter is number 4 on our pro leaderboard. She already broke her personal record of 147.5 when she did 148 earlier. All she did was ship it. Well, now she's gone up an extra 2.5 kilos. So it's over 150, over 330. So this is a 331 pound squat. 3:04 on the platform, and we just changed out the referees. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a world record. This is a world record. $331. Oh, she's fighting it. She's fighting it. She's fighting it. And the bar stalled. But that was a world record attempt. Again, if you don't try, you'll never get it. But she said, I'm going to go for it today. Again, let's recognize that spotting and loading crew. Each lifter comes out and does 3 lifts. Our spotters and loaders does it with every single lifter. So there might be 20 lifters, but our spotting and loading crew is doing 60 squats with each one of those lifters. Leah Lutz is up now on the platform. She's number 3 on our Masters 1 Pro leaderboard. This is just 2.5 kilos under her personal best at 157.5. So this is 341 pounds on the bar. Down, up, powering it through, powering it through. She's starting to push the hips through and forward. And then when you get to the top, you have to wait. Wait for that chief referee to give you the signal to rack. She did not stop, and the chief referee was patient and waited for her to keep going on. All right, up next is going to be Becky Enright. Her third attempt is going to be 170 kilos, 374 pounds. This is 7.5 kilos below her personal best, or 15 pounds less than that. Becky is a world champion, 4-time national champion, and she's been to the Arnold 1 additional time with the Masters of Iron Pro. She brings a lot of experience. She owns the world record in the Masters 1 at the 67.5 kilo class, or 148, the weight class she's in today. Oh, that was easy. That was powerful. And the bar is back in the rack. Our spotting and loading crew on platform number 2 is from the University of Pittsburgh, and they do an outstanding job. All right, on the platform now, Alicia Webb. She's asked for 208 kilos. This is a world record. We've got our referees are changing out so that we can have our international referees ready and available. Okay, Alicia moved up to the 100 kilo class. Normally she does the 90 kilo class. So she's moved up in weight. She went to 94 kilos. She weighed in at 94 kilos. So she is trying to set the world record for the 100 kilo class. Masters 2. The standard is 202.5, so she is trying to just blow it out of the water. Here we go. Big bite of air, push against the belt, down. Oh, let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, a new world record for Alicia. Alicia is out of Georgia. She is a multi-time world champion, and she just started powerlifting not that long ago. She has been to the worlds 5 times, and she's gold medaled 4 times at that. She is going to be rewriting some records today. All right, up next, Jackie Dublé. She's our leader on the Masters 1 Pro leaderboard, remember? We've got the world record attempt on the bar, 212 kilos. Again, she set a new one on her second attempt of 205.5. This one is 212.5. She's not worried about chipping this one. This is a straight up 468-pound squat. Oh my, do not blink, you're going to miss it. 212.5 kilos, 468. That is a new world record for the M1's 100 plus kilo class. All right, ladies and gentlemen, they're breaking the bar down and the platform down because all of the raw lifters are completed for the morning for this afternoon. We had 12 of them. Now we're moving over to our equipped lifters. We have 8 of them. We're going to be leading off with Ann Whitmarsh. And Ann is a brand new Masters 4 lifter. She has just moved into the Masters 4 division. She's opening up with 72.5 kilos. All right, she's on the platform, and Ann is a 4-time equipped national competitor. She's been to the Arnold several times. She's only 10 kilos off of her personal best. Down and up, and you'll notice that the difference, and it's 3 white lights. So let's talk a little bit about the difference between raw lifting or classic lifting versus the equipped lifting. The equipped lifters are using knee wraps around their knees. The suit that they're wearing is a little more supportive than the singlet would be, and usually their wrist wraps are the same as you would see when we are lifting with the classic. So the big difference is the supportive suit in both squat and deadlift, as well as the knee wraps. On the platform now is Stacy Metcalf. And Stacy is number 3 in the Masters 2 Pro Leaderboard. She's opening higher than her personal record. And she just got it. She did have 1 red light, and that was for a blue card, which means that her knees were not locked, or there was downward movement of the bar. So a red card underneath the no lift or the big round circle the red would be that they did not go deep enough. Blue would mean that their knees were not locked at the beginning or end of the lift, or the bar went down. And number 3 is the spotters and loaders grabbed the bar. You didn't wait for the referee's signal. You walked backward or forward. On the platform now is going to be Dawn Dotson, and Dawn is number 2 on our equipped Masters 2 leaderboard. She's opening up with 80 kilos. This is 2.5 kilos higher than her personal best. But Dawn, she loves bench press. So she tolerates the squat, but she loves it when she gets into bench press, and that's where she has a lot of her national experience. They're telling her that she needs to replace the bar. So the 2 side referees say that her knees were not locked, and they were not locked in order for her to receive the signal to get the start signal. The side referees will put their hands down when her knees are locked, and she is in the position to receive the start signal from their position. Okay, she's had to replace it again, and at this time now she has run out of time. There is only 1 minute from the time that the bar is called ready for you to get on the platform, get underneath the bar, stand up, and get back and get established so that you can receive the squat command. And if you do not receive the squat command in that 1 minute, then your attempt is over, and that is what happened this time for Dawn. All right, up next is going to be Cindy Goodrich. Cindy Goodrich is a very accomplished equipped masters lifter. She owns 10 American records as an equipped masters lifter. She's been to 6 equipped nationals, first place in all of them. She's been to 4 international equipped masters championships, winning all of them. She's opening up only 10 kilos below her best at 105 kilos or 231. In her spare time away from powerlifting, Cindy is a flight nurse and does clinical education for emergency medicine. She's got the signal to squat. Don't blink, that was that fast. Don't blink, that was fast. She did not get a successful lift. She got 2 red lights, and the bar underneath says that she did not go deep enough. She did not meet the standard for depth. So just as in anything, when you have a 2 out of 3 majority, the majority wins. And for on this time, there were 2 red lights and 1 white light, so it was a no lift. But she does have her second attempt that she can come back for. Up next is going to be Marie Brendan. And Marie is relatively new with not a whole lot of experience on the national time, but she does have American records, specifically 4 of them in the 82.5 kilo class. She's number 4. She's number 4 on the Masters Pro leaderboard for the equipped lifters. And that was a good lift for Marie. Up next is going to be Sarah Boland. Now, Sarah leads our Masters 2 Pro leaderboard for the equipped Masters lifters. Sarah's also on our Masters committee. She was the one who helped to get started the resurgence of Masters lifting here in the United States as an individual division championship. She's lifting in the 90 kilo class, 198 pounds. She's opening with 135 kilos. That's 297 pounds. Big bite of air, push against the belt to brace. And we're waiting for the lights, and it was a good lift for her. Good lift for Sarah, so she's on the board. On the board. All right, up next is going to be our Nevada State Chair, Kaylana Richardson. And Kaylani is number 2 on our Masters 1 Pro leaderboard. Now, originally she was from Hawaii. She's done many classic or raw competitions, and she has moved recently into the equipped competitions. She's done 3 equipped nationals, and this is her second time at the Arnold. She's opening up with 192.5 kilos or 424 pounds. Her head's up. She's got the squat signal. Down she goes. Oh, great speed, great control. And again, one of the differences between raw or classic lifting and equipped lifting is the equipped lifters are using the knee wraps and the supportive suit. Everything else is for the most part identical. The belt, the wrist wraps, the shoes, everything is the same. That was a good lift for Kaolani. Up next is going to be Katie Dodge. Katie is out of Nebraska. She is our Nebraska State Chair. She's number 1 on the Masters 1 Equipped Pro leaderboard. She's opening up with 200 kilos or 440 pounds. She weighed in at just barely over 90 kilos, so that moves her into the 100 kilo class. She went down, and then recovered at will. Let's see what the referees say, and the referees say that she did not go down deep enough, as well as she got the blue card from 2 of the side referees, where they say that the bar went back down on the way up. So again, the red card in the squat is you did not go deep, you did not meet the standard for depth, which is the crease of the thigh at the hip joint goes below the top of the knee, and the blue card is if the bar goes back down while you're pressing it back up, or your knees were not locked at the beginning or the end. All right, first attempts are completed. We're now moving on to second attempts, and Stacy Metcalf is going to be our leader on that. She's pulling for 77.5 kilos or 170 pounds. And again, she opened on her opener. It was 2.5 kilos or 5 pounds better than her personal record. Now she's going 77.5, which is 15 pounds better than her personal best ever. She's competed at the Equipped Nationals twice, and she's been to the Arnold at least one other time with the Masters Pro. And Stacy is from Georgia. Here she comes. She's only got 8 seconds to get on the platform, get underneath the bar, stand up, and get the signal to squat. Let's see if she does it. And the clock has run out. So that is a no lift due to a technicality, not because she did not have the strength, but because she did not get a chance to execute the lift because the 1 minute clock expired. Up next is going to be our singular Masters 4 equipped lifter, and that's Ann Whitmarsh. And she is number 2 on the equipped Masters leaderboard. This is only 2.5 kilos below her personal best of 82.5 kilos. This is 176 pounds. And again, she's a brand new brand new Masters 4 lifter. But she's been to 4 national equipped championships. Okay, let's talk about what just happened. Let's watch while it goes in replay. And got the signal to start. She went down, started up, then her hips went back, the bar went forward, and as soon as she did that, the spotters and loaders stepped forward for her safety to help her return the bar to the rack. All right, Dawn Dodson is back on the platform, and Dawn was not able to get the start signal, the squat signal, during her first attempt. So the clock expired. She has chosen to take her first attempt again at 80 kilos. She's backed out. She's got plenty of time, 30 seconds. She's putting the bar back in the rack. So there are 2 signals when you put the bar in the rack. One is rack, which means that the lift is over. Replace is you need to correct something in how you're set up. So you put the bar back, but the clock continues to run. And she has been instructed to replace again. And with that, the clock has run down a second time. So she was not able to get the start signal, the squat signal, on her second attempt. Cindy Goodrich has asked for 116 kilos. Cindy is in the Masters 3 division. Let's see if this is going to be a world record or an American record. This is going to be an American record. Cindy is a multi-time world champion, multi-time national champion, very experienced. She's asked for 116 kilos on the bar, which is 255 pounds, and she competes at less than 50. She weighed in less than 110. And that was a no lift. She was not able to come back up with the bar. On the platform now is going to be Marie Brendan. She's asked for 130 kilos. This is going to be 286 pounds. This is 7.5 kilos below her personal best. So 15 pounds less than her personal best. 286. She weighed in at 80.66. She's lifting in the 82.5 kilo class, or 181, and this is 286. This is 100 pounds more than her body weight. And she's Masters 2, which means she's 50 to 59, and she just powered that. She got 3 white lights. Ladies and gentlemen, We always wait for the referees. That is their job. They're the ones that call whether it was a good lift or a no lift. So we will always wait for them to tell us whether it was a good lift or a no lift. We will not jump in and try to second guess them. Up next at 137.5 kilos is going to be Sarah Boland. Sarah, on our Masters Committee, this is going to be 303 pounds. She's lifting in the 90 kilo class. So Sarah is the leader of our equipped Masters 1 Pro Leader, Masters 2 Pro Leaderboard. So that means that she finished first at Nationals. So she achieved a certain score on that, much like NASCAR, where when you run a race, based on where you place, then you earn points. So first place as a Masters 2 when you're at Nationals will earn you 50 points. Second place in that dot score will earn you 45. Third place will earn you 40. And I'm going to interrupt and stop right now because what Sarah did was she timed out. She deliberately timed out. She did not come out onto the platform whatsoever. And that is strategic in that she's either trying to save strength and energy for herself or she's trying to help her compare. At 200 kilos, she's repeating her opening attempt. This is 440 pounds. She's lifting in the 100 kilo class, or 220, even though she barely weighed in over 90 kilos, barely over 198. But when you go over the top end of the weight class, which is 90, as soon as you have some digits after the zero, the decimal place, then you move up into the next weight class. Her knees are locked, the arms are down. The chief referee has given her the signal to squat. Big air. Down and recover. And 3 white lights. Katie is on the board with a solid 440 pounds. That was 202. Let's finish. This is 446 pounds. Still a little bit below what her very best is, which is 220. She's lifting in the 90 kilo class, which is 198. Originally from Hawaii, our state chair from Nevada is here lifting today at the Arnold Pro Master Series Final. Down, up. The bar goes back into the rack. We wait for the referee's signals, and it is 3 white lights. That is a good lift for Keilani. All right, we're returning to Stacy Metcalf. Going back to Stacy, and she has asked for 77.5 kilos. She's repeating her second attempt, which is really one of the strategies that you've got whenever you're a lifter. Do you repeat what you missed, or do you go up? And again, this is 15 pounds higher than her personal best. Knees are locked. Side referee's arms are down. Chief referee has given the signal to squat. Down she goes, up she stands. The rack signal is given, and now the lights come on. Sadly, it is a no lift. All 3 referees say that she did not meet the standard for depth. All right, Dawn Dodson was on the platform. She was able to get the start signal. Unfortunately, she was not able to get a good lift. All 3 referees gave her a red light and a red card, so it was a no lift for her. Now, the thing is, although Dawn did not get a successful squat, she can continue with bench press and with deadlift. So we do look for her to continue on with the competition. All right, Cindy Goodrich up next on the platform. Now, Cindy is is hoping number 3 is going to be the good luck charm. She's asked for 116 kilos on the bar again. This is a repeat of her second attempt. So she's coming out. And at this time, all I want to do is I'm just projecting good karma, good white lights to her, as I do to every lifter. That is the beautiful thing about powerlifting. We cheer on all of our athletes, including the ones I'm competing directly against. And she went down and she did not come back up with it. The spotters and loaders, for her safety, had to step in and assist her. So she unfortunately is not successful with the squat, but again, she can continue with bench press and deadlift, but she would not have a total at the end of the meet. Up next is going to be Marie Brendan, 140 kilos. This is 308 pounds. Marie is lifting in the 82.5 kilo class, 181 pounds altogether. Now this is going to be a new personal record for her by only 2.5 kilos, but 5 pounds is 5 pounds. This is 140, 308 on the bar. So her previous best was 303. Side referee's hands are down. She's gotten the signal to squat. Down, and she comes back up and done. Unfortunately, at the very top, lost her balance and took a step back, which you have to wait until you get the referee's signal to rack. So when she lost her balance, that was a no lift. But she is successful with 130 or 286 pounds. All right, Sarah Bolin is back on the platform. This is again, we are increasing the weight, going up to 142.5 kilos. This is 314 pounds on the bar. And Sarah is just over the 82.5. She's lifting in the 90 kilo class. 90 kilo tops out at 198 pounds. But she does not weigh anywhere near there. She weighed in at a very light 85 kilos. Down, stands up with it. Now we wait for the referee's signals. We always wait for the referee's signals. The two side referees say that she did not meet the standard for depth. Again, the standard for the depth is, for all lifters, is the crease of the thigh, the crease of the leg at the top of the hip joint must go below the top of the knee. All right, on our platform, we only have 2 squats left. Keilani Richardson out of Nevada. And again, Keilani is number 2 on our Masters 1 Pro Series leaderboard. This is 210 kilos. This is only 10 kilos below her personal best. This is 462 pounds on the bar, and she also is lifting in the 90 kilo class, 198. Side referee's hands are down. Squat signal has been given. Down she goes, comes back up. She's got the flower, the plumeria flower in her, that she is wearing in honor of her Hawaiian history. And she has a good lift. So she achieved 3 good squats across the board. We're going to be finishing out our squats with Katie Dodge out of Nebraska. She's asked for 468 pounds, 212.5 kilos. She is the leader. She's number 1 on our Masters 1 Pro leaderboard. So it's Katie and Keilani are our 2 Masters 1 leaders. Katie is lifting in the 100 kilo class today, just barely over 90 kilos. Barely over. It might have been a deliberate decision to go over the weight class, and with Katie, it was a good lift. That was a good lift. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, at this time, all of our lifters, all of our Masters lifters have completed their squats. And we're going to be moving into bench press. And with bench press, there are certain rules that we need to know. The rule is that you lay down with your shoulders and your buttocks in contact with the bench. Your feet must be flat on the floor. You take the bar out of the rack. There are 3 referee commands. When the side referees say that you are in the position to receive the signal to start, the chief referee will say start. You bring the bar to your chest when it is visibly motionless. And that is the key rule here. When the bar is visibly motionless on your chest, then you get the signal to press. You press it to arm's length. It can be uneven just as long as it finally locks out. When the arms are straight and the arms are locked, then you get the signal to rack in that case. So at this time, we are finishing up with squats. We're going to be moving to bench, but now we have a 10-minute break. That 10-minute break is so that our spotters and loaders can have a little break from spotting and loading, our referees as well. So we will be returning in about 8 minutes, and we will bring all of the information back to you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Friday. Today, the lifters are the USA Powerlifting Masters Pro Series. Bench press is starting, which means the squats has completed. We're going to be opening up with our Raw Masters lifters. Linda Gorham is going to be up first. She's opening up with 50 kilos, 110 pounds. She's our Masters 4 lifter. Linda's lifting in the 90 kilo class, which is 198 pounds. And her son, earlier today in session number 3, Nathan Gorham, was lifting and did an American record squat. And he did an flawless execution. Flawless execution. All right. Linda Gorham, 72 years old, Masters 4 lifter, 70 to 79 years old, is on the platform. She's opening with 50 kilos. Her personal best is 62.5, so that's 15 pounds better. So you'll notice that she's got her feet up on top of blocks. So the feet have to be flat on the floor. The shoulders and the buttocks have to be flat on the bench. You can only put your hands out as far as the 81 centimeter ring on the bar. You take the bar out of the rack, wait for the chief referee to give the signal to start. Bring the bar down. When the bar is motionless on the chest, you press it back up. Wait for, with your arms straight, your elbows locked, for the chief referee to give the signal to rack, just as Linda did. Thank you, Linda, so much for demonstrating how a bench press is supposed to be done. Up next is going to be Joanne Craig, and Joanne moved up to the 75 kilo class. Joanne is number 2 in our Masters 3 Pro leaderboard. In her corner with her is Alyssa Havison. This is 65 kilos or 143 pounds. So Joanne moved up to the 82.5 kilo class today. She owns a lot of the world records in the 75 kilos or 165. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're at home watching and you're saying, I'm a Masters lifter, I'm over 40, I can't be a competitive athlete, I'm here to tell you right now, these athletes, they are competitive. Some of them started powerlifting only 10, maybe 5 years ago. And so what we've got is those athletes are telling the calendar, you are not going to stand in my way. So Joanne brings the bar to her chest. The bar is visibly motionless. She gets the signal to press, and then she presses it out. Up next is going to be Sonia Stevenson, and Sonia is also one of our Masters 4 lifters. She's lifting in the 100 kilo class, or 220. Now, Sonia owns a lot of the bench press records in the Masters 3 division, but she has moved up to the Masters 4, and she owns all of the records at 100 kilos at Masters 4. The bar is down. She presses it back up, arms straight, elbows locked, the signal to rack. 143 pounds, moved that easily. Up next is going to be Diane Kuhn. And Diane is our leader of the Masters 3 Pro leaderboard. She's opening up with 67.5 kilos or 148 pounds. Opening very conservatively, and Diane is lifting in the 82.5 kilo class. The lift was good for Diane. On the platform at 67.5 kilos is going to be Dr. Souter, Dr. Jennifer Souter. All right, you're going to see the bench press moves really quickly. There's a very short amount of space that we have to move that bar to reposition it. You'll see that a lot of times the lifter will ask for a center handoff as they just barely clear the rack. There's a ring that's marked on the bar that's 81 centimeters apart, and the forefinger has to encircle that or be closer, but it cannot be exposed to the inside of the hand. Dane Roach, chief referee, gives the signal to start, press, rack. Don't blink. That was that quick. And it was a good lift for Jennifer, but she did get one red light, and that was no lift with a yellow card, and the yellow card could be that her feet moved. She lifted her buttocks off the bench. There's many different things for that. Up next is going to be Melissa Mitchell. This is 77.5 kilos or 170. And Melissa is number 4 on the Masters 2 leaderboard. She's coached by Samantha Calhoun. She is a multi-time world champion. She owns 3 different world records as a Masters 2 in the 56 kilo class as well as the 60 kilo class. Oh, that was so easy. So easy. 77.5 kilos on the bar again. So a lot of times you'll see on bench press we move the bar, the attempts go very quickly because we are not changing the weight a lot. You'll see several people that have asked for the 67.5 kilos, which brings us to how do we figure out what's going to be the lifting order. Prior to the meet, everyone is assigned a random number called a lot number, and there's 2 reasons why we use that lot number. One is to determine everybody has to weigh in at the same time. Who's going to weigh in first? We use it there, and then we use it again when we have people that have asked for the same weight on the bar. Leah brought the bar down, got the press signal, brings it back up, 3 white lights. So the lot number, Leah has the higher lot number, then does Melissa. They both had 77.5 kilos on the bar, 170 pounds. But we have to have some order for that, and the lot number is how that is played into it. Up next is going to be Janice Francis, and Janice is one of our Masters 3 lifters. And Janice is going to be lifting 80 kilos or 176 pounds. She's number 3 on the leaderboard. This is only 2.5 kilos, 5 pounds less than her personal record of 82.5. She's very accomplished at this, and bench press is one of her favorites. She owns a world record of this in the 90 kilo class for the Masters 3. Since she's opening so close to that world record, I'm pretty sure it will be, in fact, that tied her world record at 80 kilos. Now, her personal best is 82.5, but the world record was only 80. And why is that? It's because we didn't always have the right referees at the spot, so it would have been an unofficial world record at 82.5. It was official at 80. She opened with her tying her official world record. On the platform now is Becky Enright, 90 kilos. This is going to be 198 pounds. This is 10 kilos less than her personal best of 100. Becky tends to like her squats a little bit more. She owns world records and American records in the squat. Down, up, very powerful. The bar is back into the rack. She takes a wide grip stance, and it was a good lift with 3 white lights. All right, we are now moving to Cynthia Browning. This is 97.5 kilos. This is 214 pounds. And again, Cynthia is relatively new to USA powerlifting, exploding on the scene at the Virginia Pro just 2 years ago at the 2021 Virginia Pro from Indiana. And immediately started setting world records, specifically 75 kilos, Masters 2, world records, bench press, and total. Very efficient, with that wide grip, fingers covering that ring. She has got the widest maximum grip. She takes the bar out, her chest is up. She didn't even have a handoff. She took the bar out of the rack on her own. down, up, and then she got the signal in just so quickly. All right, Jackie Dublé is up next. Jackie is calling for 107.5 kilos. This is 236 pounds. This is 10 kilos less than her personal best of 117.5. Jackie owns this world record in squat, and she set one earlier today. She set one earlier today with the 212.5 kilos in the 100 plus kilo class, breaking her old record of 205 with 7.5 kilos. That was a good lift for Jackie. Up next is going to be our final opening attempt on bench press. Alicia Webb opening with 120 kilos. Alicia is our leader in the Masters 2 Masters Pro leaderboard. She owns the world record in all of the squat, bench, deadlift, and total. And all of the records that she set in the Masters 2 were higher than those that were in the Masters 1. So under our record rules, when you are a Masters 2 lifter in the 50 to 59 age group, and your record is higher than the age group below you, the younger ones, your records flow down, if you would. And so her M2 records are also the M1 records. And that is a good lift for her with 3 white lights. Opening up with 120 kilos, only 7.5 kilos less than her personal best. She's lifting in the 100 kilo class. Normally she's in the 90 kilo class. All right, all of our opening attempts for A flight are completed. We are now moving into the second attempts on bench press. Linda Gorham, again, this is one of our Masters 4 lifters. And ladies and gentlemen at home, Masters 4 is 70 to 79 and Linda is 72. And she was the one who brought her son, Nathan, into powerlifting. And as a result, today we had a mother and son team competing on the same day in the Masters Pro. Linda is in the Masters Pro Series final, and her son, Nathan, was lifting earlier in the Masters Pro Masters of Iron. The bar is ready for Linda. She is down on the bench. Again, shoulders and buttocks must be flat, feet flat on the floor. They cannot be lifted up, down, and up. This is 55 kilos. This is 121 pounds. She's going pretty conservative today, and that was no lift for her. Next is going to be Joanne Craig. Joanne is one of our Masters 3 lifters. She's second in the Masters 3 Pro leaderboard. She's lifting in the 82.5 kilo class, or 181. Her personal best is 70, but that was at a lighter body weight in the 75 kilo class. She's moved up. This is 154 pounds on the bar. Joanne is quite an accomplished lifter, 10 times our Raw National competitors. So with Joanne, unfortunately, she was not able to complete the lift. She got the signal to press. She started up off of her chest, and then the bar stalled, and then it dropped back down to her chest. So for her safety, the spotters and loaders stepped in to assist her. We've got 2 more lifters coming up at 70 kilos, or 154. The first one up is going to be Diane Kuhn. And Diane is also one of our Masters 3 lifters. She is number 1 on the Masters Pro leaderboard for the M1. She takes the bar out on her own. Down, gets the signal to press quite well. puts the bar back in the rack, and 154 is a solid 3 white lights. Good lift. Okay, we've got our third lifter. Sonia Stevenson is coming up now. And again, Sonia is one of our Masters 4 lifters. She's 72 years old, just like Linda Gorham. She's lifting in the 100 kilo class. She owns the world record in this, and this will tie her world record at 70 kilos, which means that we would look for her to break that on her third. She's got the signal to start. Oh, Sonia, you are telling that calendar, not today. I am a competitor. Yes, 3 white lights. Way to go, Sonia. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not inspired by watching this, then I don't know what to help you with. Jennifer Souter, again, she tried an American record on her third attempt squat, and she was not successful with that, but she was successful with her second at 145 kilos. This is 72.5 kilos. And this is 159 pounds. Oh, let's call it 160, okay? It's only a quarter of a pound less than 160. 72.5 kilos. But Jennifer only weighs 132. And she powers it up. All right. And we're getting a chance to see this again. And you can see that she tightens up that back, pushes up with that arch, and there you go. You can see that the bar moved forward towards her head a little bit. The hinge is your shoulders, so you want to bring the bar back towards your shoulders, not straight up over your chest. On the bench now, we've got Melissa Mitchell, 82.5 kilos. So Melissa is in the Masters 2 division. This is 181 pounds. Melissa is number 4 in the Masters 2 Pro Leaderboard. This is a 5 kilo increase over her opener, which normally you don't see a significant increase. There we go. Oh, wow. Very powerful. Now, Melissa does own some records. She owns the world record at 56 kilos for the bench press at 85. And that was only 2.5 kilos off of what that world record is. She weighed in. She's in lifting in the 56 kilo class. So I very much expect that Melissa is going to be going for a world record on her third attempt. On the platform now is Leah Lutz. Leah is a multi-time world champion, coach for one of our world teams, World Masters teams, and flawless execution. Flawless execution, 82.5 kilos, that was 181. All right, we've had 2 lifters at 82.5, which was 181. Now we're going to move up to 85 kilos, which is 187. And we're going to do that for Janice Francis. And Janice is our Masters, one of our Masters 3 lifters. Janice is 68, so next year she'll be 69, and that will be her final year as a Masters 3, and then she's moving into the Masters 4, and I can't wait to see what records she's going to be setting there. Now, she does own the world record at 90 kilos for bench press. She moved down a weight class to 82.5. Got the signal to start. Bar goes to her chest. She's pressing it up. Looks like there was a little bit of a delay on the way up. And all 3 referees said that the bar went down in the process. So again, when you're pressing the bar out, it has to go to arms straight with the elbows locked. The bar cannot go down as a whole, back down while you're pressing it out. You don't have to lock it out evenly, but you do need to press it to your full arm's length. On the platform now is Becky Enright, and Becky has asked for 95 kilos. This is 209. What do you say? Close enough to 210? We can fudge it. Let's call it 210. This is a 5 kilo increase or 11 pounds over her opener. And those are 3 white lights for Becky. She is having an excellent day. Next up is going to be Cynthia Browning. This is 102.5. Now Cynthia moved down a weight class to 67.5. Cynthia is lifting in the Masters 2 division. The world record standard is 96, so this is a world record. All right, up next we've got Jacqueline Dublé, 115 kilos. Again, Jackie is our leader on the Masters Pro leaderboard in the M1 division. She's got that wide grip. She set a new world record on her squat, on her second and third. Brings the bar down, pushes the bar straight up. Flawless execution, ladies and gentlemen. She just gave us a bench clinic. All right. Alicia Webb did exactly what I thought she might do. And Alicia has called for a world record. It's 82.5 kilos. We're changing out the referees, putting our international referees in the chair. Heather Foss, Joe Marksteiner, Dane Roach are all international referees. Recognizing this as a world record. This is a 100 kilo class. The current world record is 120, owned by Patricia Johnson. So this is going to add 5.5 kilos to this bench press on just her second attempt. We haven't even gotten to her third attempt yet. So she tied the world record on her first. On this one, she's going up by 5.5 kilos. She's got the bar out of the rack. Raises the chest up. Oh. She brought the bar down with such tension. Then she got this press signal, and the bar moved up, and then for her safety, the spotters and loaders stepped back in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, second attempts are done. So again, there's 3 attempts in squat, there's 3 attempts in bench press, 3 attempts in deadlift. We are already completed with bench 1 and bench 2 for the first flight for our first 12 lifters. We are now moving into third attempts on bench press. And the thing that makes that important is when you combine your best squat with your best deadlift, best bench, it creates your subtotal. And your subtotal plus your best deadlift gives you your total. And that is how you end up winning. You want every lift to count. So right now on the platform is going to be Linda Gorham. Linda is one of our Masters 4 lifters. She's 72 years old. She's lifting in the 90 kilo class. She's repeating her second attempt. She called for the same weight. Oh my goodness, that was really powerful. Now it did just touch the upright, but the rule is written such that if they feel it was intentional to ease the lift, then it's a no lift. But hers was just an incidental, and it was not intended to actually help her. So that was a good lift. So she came back, she got her second attempt on her third, and that is building her subtotal. She now has a subtotal of 162.5. The bar is loaded ready for Joanne Craig, and Joanne has also chosen to repeat her second attempt, 70 kilos, 154 pounds. And Joanne has moved up to the 82.5 kilo class. Normally she's in 75. She does own world records. in the 75 kilo class as far as squat and bench press. Oh, wow, that was excellent. So the bar started to drift up towards her eyes, and then she pressed it completely out, and she got a good lift with a 2-1 decision. The one side referee gave her a yellow card. All right, we are changing out our referees, just what I expected. Sonia Stevenson, she has asked for a world record. We are going to 71 kilos. And again, Sonia, our world record attempt right here, she is 72 years old. Let me repeat that back in case you didn't catch that number. 72. She's not just a grandma. She is a competitor. The bar is out of the rack. And let's see how it goes. 3 white lights, that is a new world record. Ladies and gentlemen, she's 72 years old and she just bench pressed 156 pounds. Pretty darn impressive. Pretty darn impressive. All right, up next, we've got Diane Kuhn. Diane has asked for 72.5. Now this is 159, 160, okay? She's lifting in the 82.5 kilo class. Diane especially loves deadlift. Oh, powerful. Powerful. In the background, you can see David Garcia going, yes. So that was 3 white lights for Diane. Okay, up next, we've got Jennifer Sauter, again, going for a record, I would imagine. Up. I'm mistaken. She's been going for American records right and left, right and left. I kind of thought that this was another one. She's increased by 2.5 kilos. So if you look at the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see 67.5 and then a 5 kilo increase, 11 pounds between her first and second attempt bench press. And then she only increased it by 2.5 kilos. 2.5 kilos is the smallest amount that you can increase your attempts outside of a record. Jennifer is on the bench. She gets the signal to start, brings the bar to her chest, and the spotters and loaders for her safety step in and help her. 86.5, Melissa Mitchell. Melissa is lifting in the 56 kilo class. She owns the world record at 85 kilos, so she is going up to 86.5 kilos. The referees have been changed out. Melissa's on the bench. Feet are flat on the blocks. The blocks are so that she can have her feet flat. If you can't get them all the way down to the floor, press signal is given all the way up. Samantha Calhoun is in the background cheering, and that is 3 white lights for Melissa. A good new American record. Leah Less is now going to be on the platform at 87.5 kilos. This is 192 pounds. Leah is number 3 on the Masters Pro M1 leaderboard. And what does that mean? It means at the end of the day, the overall Masters lifter based on dots plus an age coefficient is going to earn $1,000. The bar comes down, press signal, she's pressing it out, and it stalls out. The best female raw, M1, M2, M3, and M4 will earn $500. The best female equipped, M1, M2, M3, M4 will earn $500, and the same with the men. So there is money on the line with every one of the decisions that you're making regarding the attempts you're putting on the bar. On the platform, going to be Janice Francis, 90 kilos. She went up, which is unusual, to go up when you miss a lift, to go up on bench press. Usually you try to repeat it to ensure that you get that number. But she has chosen to go up from 85 kilos, which is 187, to 90 kilos, 198. So Dr. Francis is pressing it out, pressing it out, pressing it out. Arms are straight, elbows are locked, the rack command is given. And it was a good lift, 2-1, with one side referee giving a blue card, which means that the bar either went down or did not lock her arms out. The thing about the cards, whenever the referees are giving a no lift, they also tell you which aspect of the lift that they did not find that was correct according to the rules. And that's a very good thing because it helps the lifter to know what they need to fix when they come back on the next lift. Becky Enright is on the platform, 100 kilos, 220 pounds. Now this ties her personal best. And she had it going up, and then the bar came back down, and again, for her safety, the spotters and loaders stepped in and took the bar. Becky is a very accomplished lifter in that she's been to 4 Raw Nationals. And she's been a gold medalist at the International Championship as well. All right, Cynthia Browning. So I told you that she really likes bench press, and she owns the bench press world record for the M2 at 75 kilos. This is going to be chipping her world record by 0.5 kilos. So whenever you chip a record that was with less than 2.5 kilos, so this is a 0.5 kilo increase over. So this is going to be 232 pounds. She's taking the bar out of the rack on her own. There's no handoff. She got that left arm all the way up, and then she forced that right arm up. Let's see what the referees say. It was a good lift. One side referee gave a yellow card. And the yellow card could be many things, but usually for bench press, it tends to be one of two things. Either you lifted your feet or you lifted your buttocks off the bench. So congratulations to Cynthia on a new world record. World records are falling right and left, ladies and gentlemen. Jackie Dublé is on the platform, 120 pounds. I'm sorry, 120 kilos. This is 264 pounds. Jackie set a world record squat earlier. She uses the racks to just kind of pull her shoulders in and get herself set on the bench. The bar is out of the rack. Smooth and easy. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, and they say it was a good lift. Alicia Webb is finishing out. So she asked for a 125.5. So in powerlifting, you can either repeat your attempt or you can go up. If you were unsuccessful on the lift before, you can repeat it. So she has asked for this world record, 125.5, 276 pounds on the bar again. Again, this is a bench press. This is 100 kilos. She weighs 100 kilo class, which is she weighs 220 pounds, less than 220 pounds. This is 276 pounds on the bar. She's trying to break Patricia Johnson's record, which was set at Mega Nationals this past year. The bar started to rotate down. and then came back down to the safeties, and for her safety, the spotters and loaders stepped in and took the load for her. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that finishes out with blazing speed. A-Flight, which has 12 lifters, all of their benches are completed. We are going to be moving now to B-Flight. We have 8 lifters. And what makes the 8 lifters unique is they're going to be wearing gear. So the supportive gear that you will see with these 8 lifters is they're wearing a special type of shirt. We call that a bench shirt. It's made of a different fabric to help you to press the bar out. It also has some special seams, but you'll see that what they're doing is they're actually doing a whole lot more weight. They have to be technically finessed with this lift. You have to control the bar against the shirt, and the shirt will help you get back up. So you bring the bar in by keeping your elbows tucked in close to you, and then when you get the press signal, you throw the bar to the ceiling. So Anne is our Masters 4 lifter. She's a brand new Masters 4, and she's handling that like she has been doing equipped lifting at as a Masters 4 forever. She opened at 40 kilos, which is only 88 pounds, but that's only 5 kilos less than her personal best ever. And she executed beautifully, and she just showed us how benching with a bench shirt should and can be done. All right, up next is going to be Stacy Metcalf. Stacy is out of Georgia. She's one of our Masters 2 lifters. She's number 3 on the Masters 2 Pro leaderboard. She's lifting in the 60 kilo class. And she's opening 5 kilos over, 11 pounds more than her personal best ever. So this is 52 kilos. This was 115 pounds, and she got 3 white lights. So let's just talk about the reasons why you might get it no lift even though you got your arms fully extended. Once you get the signal to start, you must bring the bar down to your chest. It cannot touch your belt, but it can touch above your belt. When you get the signal to press, you press straight up. You cannot heave with the bar. You have to finish it out. The bar has to go continually upwards. It cannot go back down. It can lock out uneven. That's fine. But it just must be locked with your arms straight and your elbows locked. So you'll notice that the identical rules for the raw or classic is for the equipped lifters as well. So the bar can stop, and if it stalls out, that's one thing, but it cannot go back down. And unfortunately, Cindy got a no lift on that lift because all 3 referees gave a blue card, which would be for one of 2 reasons. The arms were not locked or the bar went down. Up next is going to be our very accomplished Sarah Boland, 75 kilos, 165 pounds. And Sarah is lifting in the 90 kilo class today. Sarah's number 1 on the Masters 2 equipped Masters leaderboard, and she hails from Washington, that other W state. She gets the bar out at arm's length, which is part of the requirement. She gets the signal to start. She takes a big breath of air, braces against that belt, gets the signal to press, and it's all straight up. Again, the bar can stop, but it cannot go back down. Here's our instant replay from a different angle. You see the bar coming down, touching, visibly motionless. Again, that is the operative word. The press signal is given when the bar is visibly motionless on the chest. Up next is going to be Marie Brendan. Marie is also from the state of Washington. She's number 4 on the M2 Masters Pro leaderboard. She's opening at 97.5 kilos. This is 214 pounds. She finished out with a 130 kilo squat. really fast guiding the bar to her chest. Gets the press signal quickly, but she did get 2 red lights on her opener. The 2 side referees gave a yellow card. Now the yellow card could be that the feet moved, the feet lifted up, the buttocks came up. The lifter did not wait for this commands, but from their angle, what they're seeing is that the buttocks came up off the bench. Up next on the platform is going to be Dawn Dodson. This is 100 kilos for Dawn, 220 pounds. Dawn owns the American record at 100 plus at 117, so this is one of her favorite lifts. She's done 3 bench nationals and 1 equipped nationals. Again, what she's doing is she's fighting the rings on the bar so she can put her fingers all the way out there as wide as she can. The rings have to be covered by your forefinger, or they can be a little bit closer. She gets the signal to start, brings the oh. So the bar touched her chest and then floated towards her face. So with that, the spotters and loaders, for her safety, especially for her safety, stepped in and took the bar because it was floating up towards her face. I'm sure that she'll put that in as a repeat on the next attempt. Kealani Richardson coming up next at 110 kilos. This is 242 pounds. This is 10 kilos below her personal best. This is our Nevada State Chair, originally from Hawaii. And Kealani is lifting in the 90 kilo class, brings the bar down. Oh my goodness, that was outstanding execution. Wide grip, pulled the elbows down towards the floor so that it's a wide pull. And then when she gets the signal to press, then she pushes straight up towards the ceiling. Excellent. Outstanding. No struggle whatsoever. I can't wait to see what we're going to see on the next lift for her. Finishing out is going to be Katie Dodge. And Katie is our #1 lifter in the Masters 1 Para leaderboard. She's opening with 125 kilos. This is 275. She's wearing a belt to help push against it when she's doing the push. She's getting up onto her shoulders so that she can drive her shoulders into the bench. Gets a start signal to the chest, visibly motionless press. And then it is wait for the referee's lights, and it was 3 white lights. You'll see, especially on deadlift, you'll see the lifter put the bar back down on the floor, and then they'll stand up and they'll turn around because it's, while you know that you got the lift, you want the referees to tell you. We want their confirmation that that was a good lift. So that was one of the things that we always do. All right, we are back up. We are starting second attempt on bench press. This is going so quickly. 42.5 kilos for Ann. This is only 2.5 kilos less than her personal best. Now again, she is a brand new Masters 4 lifter. So all of these personal bests were set when she was in her 60s. So she is going to be challenging herself to try and do those again. 42.5. Slows down in a little bit in the middle, but just continues moving up, never slowing down, never going back down. It was an excellent, excellent lift. And it was 3 white lights. Up next is going to be Stacy Metcalf. Stacy opened at 52.5, and in bench press you'll see, especially with the women and the men, they will have a bigger jump between their first and their second than you do for the second and third. And especially for the women, a lot of times it's only a 2.5 kilo increase between your second and third. Your opener, you want to be something that you are so confident you can get for a triple. starts press signal, and Stacy locks it out easily, and 3 white lights for that. So she is having an outstanding day on that. All right, up next, Cindy Goodrich has asked for 65. She's going to repeat what her opener was. And again, while this is her hobby sport, Cindy has also done many other sports, but her profession is that she is a flight medic nurse, and she does clinical education over in the state of Washington. Arms are locked, arms straight, and pressed it fully, and 3 white lights. So she has got a successful bench press now. All right, Sarah Bolin is going to be our next lifter. She's gone up to 170 pounds, 77.5 kilos. This is a 2.5 kilo increase for Sarah. So she's she's just doing a 2.5 increase from first to second, and potentially from her second to third. She is a multi-time, like 12 times, equipped nationals competitor with a lot of experience on the platform, and she's been to 5 international masters championships, winning gold medal in 2 of them. Sarah's on the platform, again, 170 kilos, 70 pounds, 77.5 kilos, and Sarah is lifting in the 90 kilo class. Bars visibly motionless. And 3 white lights for Sarah. Outstanding. Outstanding. As you work a little bit harder to fight that shirt to get the bar down, and she did an outstanding job pressing it up. All right. Jumbos. 97.5 kilos is 214 pounds altogether, and she's lifting in the 82.5 kilo class. So Marie missed it on her first. She's chosen to repeat it, which is a very solid strategy. Anytime you miss an attempt, you don't always want to go up. You want to make sure that you can get that lift. You can never go back down. And that was just pressed out super easy. 3 white lights. The referees say yes, it looked easy to them too. All right, on the platform now is going to be Dawn Dotson. Dawn has chosen to repeat her opening attempt bench press of 100 kilos, 220 pounds. Dawn is lifting in the 100 plus kilo class. And Dawn is out of Arizona and owns a lot, like across the board, all the Masters 1 Arizona state records. She owns the bench press M1 American record at 100 plus at 117. For today, right now, she's opening with 100 kilos, 220 pounds. She missed it on her first. She's repeating it on her second. The bar is out of the rack. She's bringing the bar down. Okay, let's see what the referees say. It looks like it was a bit of a struggle to do it. So the referees gave one of each color card. One referee gave the yellow card, meaning that she lifted her head, or I'm sorry, her buttocks, her feet, did not wait for the signals. Another referee gave a blue card, which means that the bar probably went down, or the arms were not locked at the end. And now on the platform is Keolani Richardson, our Nevada State Chair, originally from Hawaii, and welcome to the mainland. 264 pounds, 120 kilos. Again, Keolani. Keolani is number 2 on our Masters 1 Pro leaderboard. That was a no lift for Keolani. The bar went back down and on that. All right, this is our final second attempt. Katie Dodge. She's asked for 132.5 kilos. That's 292 pounds. Katie is lifting in the 100 kilo class, 220. However, she barely went over 198. So that was probably a deliberate choice on her part to be just over 198 for the DOTS scores. And again, the DOTS scores are based on body weight. The bar goes down, and that was just so fast. And it's 3 white lights for Katie. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are finishing up third attempt bench press. Could this have gone faster? This was just incredibly, incredibly fast. We've got 20 lifters with 3 attempts on bench press. That could have been a total of an hour, but I'm pretty sure that we have been speeding through this. All right, Ann Whitmarsh is going to be opening up now. Ann is going to be trying to tie her personal best ever. But again, she's a brand new M4, just turning 70 this year, which means that her personal bests are all based on when she was in her 60s. So she is wanting to establish her new personal best in her as a Masters 4 lifter. And Anne, just to give you, before she started doing all of this, she was a psychologist who specialized in alcohol and substance abuse when she was living in New York. That was a no lift, so she does get credit for 42.5 kilos. She's got a 122.5 kilo subtotal. And Anne is our only Masters 4 lifter lifting equipped. On the platform next is going to be Stacy Metcalf out of Georgia. She's being coached by Josh Rohr. Stacy is number 3 on the Masters 2 Pro Leaderboard. Okay, this is going to, she opened up heavier than her personal best before, of 52.5. She went up by 2.5. She's gone up by another 2.5. Okay, for her safety, the spotters and loaders came in, but her personal previous best was 47.5. She was trying to add 20 pounds to her personal best bench press, which is pretty outstanding. Very outstanding. Bench press, it's difficult to keep adding to it, and she was trying to add 10 full kilos to it. All right, Cindy Goodrich on the platform now, 72.5 kilos. This is 159, 160 between friends. Cindy is a Masters 3 equipped lifter. She owns 10 equipped Masters 3 records at 52 kilos. She was not able to complete the lift. The spotters and loaders stepped in for her safety. Shout out to our spotting and loading crew from the University of Pittsburgh. Always consistent, always here, always present for us, and they do an outstanding job. All right, up next is going to be Sarah Boland. And Sarah is our leader in the Masters 2 Pro leaderboard. This is still under her personal best of 97.5. Sarah's lifting in the 90 kilo class today. She's bringing the bar down, visibly motionless. Again, the bar can stop. It just cannot go down. And all 3 referees gave a blue card indicating that they felt that it did go down. We do have a jury present, and one of their jobs is to ensure that all of the technical rules are followed. So on the jury, if a referee, if a lifter or a coach feels that the technical rules were not followed by the referees, they can file a protest. One of the first things that the jury will do is have a discussion about whether or not the protest is valid, or they agree or disagree with the referees on the platform. Most times, quite honestly, the jury upholds what the referees on the platform have done because they have been very consistent. On the platform is Dawn Dotson repeating her opening, her 100 kilo again. She brought it down to her chest. She pressed it up. And it was a good lift with one red card. And the red card is for the bar touching the belt instead of on the chest. So she has a good bench press of 100 kilos. 107.5 for Marie. £236. Marie is lifting in the 82.5 or 181-pound weight class. Here we go. Bar goes down. One of the things that Marie does is she really gets that bar down quickly, much like Keilani and Katie do. Once she gets the start signal, it's not a long time in fighting the bar to get the bar down to your chest. You get it down quickly so that then you can get the press signal and you can press it up. Keilani has chosen to repeat her second attempt at 120 kilos. This is 264 pounds. Keilani is competing in the 90 kilo class. She gets really high up on her traps, gets a good arch in there. The bar comes out. Lee Macaron, the center handoff spotter and loader. Keilani has locked her arms, our elbows are straight, and all three referees have given a white light. And actually, let's discuss that. So, do the referees give you a lift? No, they do not. You come out, you execute. You, the lifter, you execute. Did you execute according to the rules? That's their sole job. And when you're out looking at the referees, you want them to be impartial. You want them to apply the rules equally and fairly to all lifters. Okay, sometimes we want them to apply it more to others than to us, but at the same time, that's what we always want them to do. So when they're coming out, what they're going to do is make sure that all of the technical rules are followed. On the platform, Katie Dodge, this is 138 pounds. This is an American record attempt at 138 kilos. And it is a good lift. With a 2-to-1 decision, Katie has earned a good lift. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that bench presses just flew by. Flew by. I don't know where the time went. We saw some excellent lifting. Not as many world records as we did with squat. There were world record squats falling everywhere, but we did have a couple of world records on bench press. For now, though, bench press is over. We're going to be they're tearing the platform down. They're going to be resetting it and getting it ready for deadlift. And then when they say the meet starts when the bar hits the floor, we're going to be doing that. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a 10-minute break as we reset for deadlift, and then we'll be coming back and we'll finish out our Masters Pro Series finals on Platform 2. At this time, really quickly, I just want to say thank you, A7 and Rogue. You're our sponsors for our presence here at the Arnold Sports Festival. Without your support, we would not be able to have the fantastic competition that we've got. And the athletes, on behalf of the athletes, thank you very much. Be back in about 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Platform 2 is going to be starting in about a minute and a half. This is our opportunity to quickly talk about what you're going to see on deadlift, which is in many ways the most useful of all the lifts in powerlifting. When it's time to move your furniture, you want everybody to be able to lift. You want to be able to squat down, put their hands underneath the edge of the sofa, and stand up together as a group. So what they're going to do is the bar is on the platform. The lifter is going to come on the platform, grip the bar, facing forward, and then they're going to stand up. There's no signal when you start, you just stand up. When you are completely locked out with your shoulders back and your knees locked, the chief referee will give the down signal. So right now we're looking at the scoreboard, and let's pay attention to a couple of things on this. You'll see that the lifters each have a listed body weight. And again, going back to that coefficient that we talked about over and over, the coefficient is based on the age-old question of who's the strongest lifter. So by math, with math, we have developed a coefficient formula called the DOTS formula. And what it is based on is whatever your body weight is, you have an assigned coefficient. And at the end of the meet, that coefficient is multiplied by your total. And that allows us to compare all the lifters across the weight classes. And that when you're lifting in a weight class, and whatever the weight class is, then the highest total is there. But with the DOTS formula, where it allows us to go across the weight classes. But in addition, we've got Masters 1, Masters 2, and Masters 3. And in the Masters 4, and in those 10-year increments, people are 61 to 69, 40 to 49. Up first is going to be Linda Gorham, and this is a great example. Linda is 72 years old. She is going to be competing against Sonia Stevenson, who is also 72. The down signal is given. Linda puts the bar back down. And it was a 2-to-1 decision for Linda. So let's go back to quickly. We're talking about that DOTS formula and that Masters age coefficient. Based on your birth year, so both Linda and Sonia are 72 at this time. They're each given a Masters coefficient based on their age, and that was a good lift for Sonia, 112. So both of them are on the board with 112.5 kilos, and that is 248 pounds. So at the end of the meet, they both have a total already at this time. So the coefficient, which is based on their body weight, multiplied by their total, plus multiplied by their age coefficient, gives us a Masters age DOTS coefficient based on their age coefficient. And then that allows us to compare across in that time, that space. Cynthia Browning, good lift at 115 kilos. That was 253. So why does it matter where you are in your weight class or in your age division? Well, ladies and gentlemen, $500 will be awarded to the best female Masters 1 Raw, the best female equipped Masters 1, the best Masters 2 Raw will get $500. So there is money on the line. Here we go. Joanne Craig, deadlifting 120 kilos. This is 286 pounds. I'm sorry, 264 pounds. Joanne Craig is also, and I forgot to mention, Joanne Craig is also one of our Pennsylvania State Chair. So we have got multiple administrators within our organization that are also still competing and on the platform at all times. On the platform now is going to be Melissa Mitchell. This is 140 kilos, 308 pounds. And Melissa only weighed in at 55 kilos, which is 110 pounds, 121, and that was a good lift for Melissa. She's opening up, and she has now got a total. And if you look at the scoreboard, then you'll see that the scoreboard is starting to break things out based on the age division. The Masters 4, Masters 3, Masters 2, and Masters 1, both equipped. And right now we're looking at all the raw lifters. So you can see that on the scoreboard it's saying what the subtotal is based on the success of that, the first opening deadlift. It will give them a total, and with that total, multiplied by that coefficient, the DOTS coefficient, and then again multiplied by the master's age coefficient, allows us to compare across that 10-year increment. Janice Francis is on the platform right now, 145 kilos, 319 pounds. And Janice actually is Dr. Francis. She is a retired anesthesiologist. What does this mean? It means that we have got professionals from many different walks of life that are in this sport. Powerlifting is a sport for all ages and all weight classes. So come, challenge yourself. Be the athlete that you have always been. Diane Kuhn is on the platform now, 155 kilos. This is 341 pounds. And Diane is our leader in the Masters 3 division. Right now, with the success of that now forecasts, and that puts her in the first place with the 3 white light. I'm sorry, it was a split decision. One referee said that they felt that she was not locked out completely, that her shoulders were not back. But now Diane is the leader in the M3 division at this time. All right, up next is going to be Becky Enright. Becky is competing in the Masters 1 division. She's going to be the first one of our Masters 1 that's on the platform. Currently, she is number 2 on the Masters Pro leaderboard for the M1 division. That was a good lift for Becky. At the same weight is going to be Leah Lutz. And again, when we have 2 lifters or more that have asked for the same weight on the bar, the lot number determines who's going to go first. Now you can change your opening attempt deadlift, your opening attempt bench, your opening attempt squat. You can change your third attempt deadlift as you strategize trying to better your place or better your total at this time. Third attempts, we may see some changes on what the lifters have put in, and that was Leah Lutz opening with 160 solid. So both of that, everyone has gotten their openers at this time. Up next is going to be Alicia Webb. And Alicia is opening with, I'm sorry, we've got one more person at 160 kilos. This is Dr. Souter, and of note, Dr. Souter is lifting on platform 2, but her husband is over there on platform 1. Rob Ward is lifting, so we've got a husband and wife going side by side on the platforms this afternoon. That was a good lift for Dr. Souter. On the platform now is going to be Alicia Webb. 402 pounds on the bar, 182.5 kilos. Alicia is our, all right, we are starting second attempts now. It's a significant jump for Linda Gorham. She has gone up by 10 kilos. On deadlift is where you will see the highest of the jumps. You'll see the big jump between first and second. As you try to increase that total. Right now, Linda is in second place based on that coefficient times the master's age coefficient. She lifted the bar up very easily, but she did get a red light from the chief referee with a red card stating that on that split decision that she was not locked out. But it was, the most important thing, it was 2 white lights. So it was a good lift. All right, at the same weight, we've got Sonia Stevenson, the other Masters 4 lifter. Sonia is now in second place. She was in first place, but when Linda pulled her attempt, that put her in first place, and now Sonia is on the platform. We are going to see them going back and forth, back and forth. They had identical jumps. Both of them took a 10-kilo jump. And now we have reversed it again. So going into second attempt deadlift, Sonia was in the lead. Linda reversed it when she got hers, then Sonia took it back. So let's continue to watch that because that's going to matter. Whoever wins the Masters 4 Raw title for the women will earn $500. All right, on the platform now is Cynthia Browning. Remember, Cynthia, she is a bencher. She exploded onto the platform just 2 years ago, And that was so quick and such easy work. 286 pounds, 130 kilos. This is USA Powerlifting at the Arnold. This is our Masters Pro Series final. USA Powerlifting, the largest drug-tested powerlifting federation in the United States. We finished with 27,480 members last year, over 400 sanctioned events. Joanne Craig is on the platform. She added 10 extra kilos to hers. That was 130, 286 pounds, super lightweight. Now, Joanne is in third place in the Masters 3 division. Up next is going to be Melissa Mitchell, and she's in second place right now in the M2 division. Again, each Masters division is a 10-year age bracket. So Masters 1 is 40 to 49, Masters 2 is 50 to 59, Masters 3, 60 to 69, and we've got two that are lifting in the Masters 4 series, 70 to 79. We've got two 72-year-old women up on the platform competing today. Good lift for Melissa with 3 white lights. She is rocking that, and that takes her from third into second place on the Masters 2 division. All right, up next is going to be Janice Francis, and Janice is in the Masters 3 division. She's increased by only 7.5 kilos, 15 pounds, not the 10 that we've been seeing with everybody else. Janice is competing in the 82.5 kilos, a retired anesthesiologist. So this is a very smart individual professional. We have many walks, many professions here in powerlifting, and all of us are competitive athletes, telling the calendar, not today, I am still an athlete. And she puts that bar back down so softly. That was a solid 152.5 kilos. So that was a really good 336-pound deadlift. All right, we're jumping up to 162.5, 358 for Diane Kuhn. She is our leader on the Masters 3 division. Her best ever is 167, so she's only 5 kilos off of her best ever. And not really sure, but she started to pull, and then the bar went back down. So she's motioning to her coach about something. It may have been the grip or something else like that, but or maybe her hand is cramping up. But I'm sure that she will come back on her third attempt, and she will get it. All right, we've bumped up by 5 kilos to 167.5 kilos, 369 pounds. So this is Leah Lutz. She's a Masters 1. This is 10 kilos off of her personal best. All the way up. Lock it out. Excellent execution. Okay, this keeps her solidly in fourth place for the Masters 1. All right, Becky Enright is currently the leader in the Masters 1. And again, the way that you are the leader, because we're comparing across weight classes and across ages, is your body weight gives you the coefficient, and that coefficient multiplied by your total, and then your age based on your master's age on the calendar. All those combined together in the equation, body weight equals coefficient, coefficient times total, times master's age coefficient gives you the master's coefficient, and Becky is in the lead for all of the Masters 1 with a successful 170 kilo deadlift, and that was 374. We're going to have the same lift now for Jennifer Souter, 374. Now the difference is Jennifer is in the 60 kilo class, less than 132, whereas Becky is in the 67.5 or 148 pound class. Jennifer is fighting it. Go, Dr. Souter. Go, Dr. Souter. She's got to get the hips through and then the shoulders back, and it looks like she might have done that, but let's wait for the referee's decision. Theirs is the only decision that matters, and it was a good lift. So again, Dr. Jennifer Souter is competing on Platform 2 in the Masters Series Pro Finals on Platform 2. In the meantime, her husband is competing on Platform 1 at the same time. All right. We are moving to Alicia Webb, who is our leader in the Masters 2 division. And again, Masters 2 is 50 to 59. And for those of you that are trying to do the quick math, let me just make it easy. 192.5 kilos is 424 pounds. Alicia is lifting in the 100 kilo class today. That's 220 only because she went up a little bit from her usual weight class. And that was a good lift. All right, we're about to finish our second attempts on deadlift. There's only 3 attempts on deadlift, and everyone got their opener. We went across the board with everyone succeeding on their opening attempt. So everyone, Jackie is the last one to establish an opening attempt. No, I'm sorry, she already did. This is her second attempt. 200 kilos, 440 pounds. Now Jackie is in the Masters 1 division, and she is competing against both Becky, Leah, and Jennifer. And right now she's in the second place, again, based on that coefficient times her total, times her Masters age coefficient, which is based on her age. She's in second place, and with this pool, she should stay in second place. Deadlifts for this group has just flown by, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the final deadlift. This is going to make or break, potentially, some divisions. And again, the winner, the first place of each of the Masters divisions, Masters 1, 2, 3, or 4, in the raw, as well as the equipped, will earn a $500 check. We are starting third attempt deadlift. So what makes third attempt deadlift different than the first 2? 1, you can change this attempt. You have 1 minute to submit what your attempt is going to be, but you can change this one depending upon whether you want to force your opponent to go up or down, or you think you can do more. Linda Gorham is on the platform right now, 127.5. She is currently in second place with this pull that puts her in first place. But now, and that was a no lift, so she finishes out with a 122.5, and the cards were that she did not lock out. So it was a 2-to-1 decision. Up next, going to be Sonia Stevenson. Okay, she's called for 128 kilos. This is a world record. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that again. She's 72 years old, and she has asked for a world record. $284 pounds on the bar for Sonia. She weighs just over 200 pounds, and she just deadlifted more than her body weight with a new world record at 128 kilos, 72 years old, no belt. How is that for inspiring? She literally told the calendar, I am a competitive athlete. Fear me. Yes, every one of our athletes. And with that, Sonia has definitely she has solidified her championship as the Masters 4 Raw champion. She will have earned a $500 check. All right, let's move back. Joanne Craig, beginning of Masters 3 lifters. She has asked, wow, she has gone up by 17.5 kilos. Let's review this. She only jumped 10 kilos from first to second. This is a massive 17.5 kilos increase over what her second attempt was. So this is trying to move her based on that age coefficient and DOTS coefficient times total into second place. Currently she stands at third. She's trying to move up. So let's watch while she does this, and it got to her knees and then it went back down, so that was no. So she is credited with 130. And her DOTS and age coefficient for Joanne Craig is 393. Really quickly on the Masters, oh yes, third attempt deadlifts. What else is a little different? We clean the bar for every single lifter for every single attempt on third attempt. They don't have to come out and ask or anything else like that. It is automatic. The spotters and loaders will make sure that the bar has been cleaned of any chalk, baby powder of the person before. Cynthia Browning on the platform. That was a 20-kilo jump. 3 wide lights, that was outstanding. So she went 9 for 9, Cynthia Browning. Congratulations. Congratulations. And that gives her an age DOTS coefficient of 431. So she is in third place in the Masters 2 division. All right, Melissa Mitchell is up next. Melissa is in the second place in the Masters 2. She's asked for a 5-kilo increase, 152.5. We're not worried about total because they're not necessarily lifting in weight classes. They are lifting in age divisions across the ages and the weight class. Oh, she is fighting that up, Gets the down signal. Let's see if she successfully locked out according to what the ref, and she did. She did. All right. So Melissa finishes out with a 152.5 final deadlift, and she is in second place for the Masters 2 division. Up next, we've got Diane Kuhn. And Diane is asking to repeat her second attempt at 162.5. Oh, there's been a little bit of a change. Up next is Janice Francis. 157.5 it is. This is 347. And Janice is in second place in the Masters 3. Second place, and with this pool, she'll stay in second place. Currently, she has a 456 age and DOTS coefficient, and she will keep that. So she stays in second place in the Masters 2 Pro Series Final. All right, Diane Kuhn up now, 162.5, and she is repeating her second attempt. She's going 358. She is currently in the first place. She's got the bar wrapped, her fingers, conventional stance, she pulls it up. Then she's working to lock it out. Let's see what the referees say. Was it successful in their opinion? Yes. Yes. 3 wide lights. And that moves her, that gives her a first place in the Masters 3 division. All right, moving to Jennifer Souter now. She's asked for only a 2.5 kilo increase over the 170. And you can see right here what the totals are, but it's the DOTS and age coefficients that they're the most important part. Jennifer is solidly in third place at this time. And when Jennifer came in, she was number 4 on the Pro Series leaderboard. Oh, darn it. The gravity monster reached up, grabbed that bar, and held on, didn't let go. So that was a no lift for Jennifer on that, but she does stay in third place. And again, Jennifer came in ranked number 4 on the M1 Masters Pro leaderboard. And she is leaving ranked number 3. Our Masters Pro Series The rankings for the 2023 year begin today. So your DOTS coefficients at this meet will help to establish what our pro leaderboard moving forward looks like. Becky Enright is on the platform. She's only added 5 extra kilos onto the bar. So she went from 374 to 385 kilos. Becky is in first place, hoping to stay in first place. It's going to be between her and Jackie Dublé. All right, Becky is all the way up. She got locked out. She got the signal to put it down. She has a white light, 3 white lights, a good lift at 175. All right. Up next is going to be Leah Lutz at the same weight. And again, we clean the bar after every lifter for third attempt deadlift. And it's going to stay at 175 kilos, 385 pounds. Now Leah, on the other hand, she went up by 7.5 kilos between her first and second, and 7.5 between her second and third. Whereas Becky, also in the M1, she went up by 10 and then 5. So altogether, it was 15 kilos between both of them, but you just split it up different. All right, we're waiting for the platform to be called ready, and then Leah will go out there. Leah is currently in 4th place. This is just 2.5 kilos under her personal best at 175. Her personal best is 177.5. She's got a total of 405, and she's hoping to increase it up to 412.5. In the Masters 1 division, she's currently 4th in the Raw Women. All the way up. Come on, Leah. She got the signal to put it down. And it was 3 wide lights, so that was an excellent lift for Leah. She was in 4th place. She's going to continue to stay in 4th place. 4th place in the M1 Masters Pro Finals. And there were only 4 of the Masters 1 Raw lifters allowed to be invited to come. All right, up next is going to be Alicia Webb. This is 205, and Alicia bumped up a weight class to 100 kilos. She's the leader in the M2 division. She's currently in 1st place with a 520.5, and all of those world record attempts that were earlier helped to build that total, and the total times that coefficient, and then again by the master's age, helps to establish your ranking within that 10-year age bracket. And Alicia is locking it out. 205. She took a 10 kilo increase, then 7.5 kilo increase, and that was a 2-to-1 decision with one referee, the chief referee, giving the blue card. In deadlift, the blue card is you are either supporting the bar on your thighs or the bar went down. All right, this is our final lift on for the raw lifters in A flight. This is Jackie Dublé. Now, this is an important lift. She's currently in 2nd place behind Becky Enright in the Masters 1. When she locks this out, it moves her into 1st place with her Masters coefficient and age group. So Jackie is 41 years old. Becky is 44. Becky would actually have a slightly higher age coefficient because she is older. But based on the body weight, you get the coefficient. From the coefficient times the total, you get the coefficient total, which in international competition determines the best lifter. But for the Masters division, we're also multiplying by the Masters age coefficient. All right, all of our raw lifters are completed. We are now moving over to the 8 lifters in B flight. These are our equipped lifters. Dawn Dotson is going to lead off with 75 kilos or 165 pounds. We're looking at the scoreboard right here. And Dawn is a Masters 2 lifter. You've got to get the bar all the way up with the knees locked and the shoulders back. And that was a no lift for Dawn. All three referees gave a blue card and that the bar went back down. Up next is going to be Stacy Metcalf. And Stacy is opening with 85 kilos. This is 187 pounds. This is only 5 kilos, 7.5 kilos below her personal best, and Stacy is out of Georgia. Stacy was number 3, and with that, with her opener, she is on the board and has a total. On the platform now is going to be our single equipped Masters 4, Ann Whitmarsh, retired psychologist. Again, we have many different professions in the sport and the hobby of powerlifting. 3 white lights for Ann. That puts her on the board. Plus, because she is lifting unopposed, she will earn a $500 check as the Masters 4 equipped lifter, best lifter. All right, we are now moving to Cindy Goodrich, 105 kilos. This is 231 pounds. And Cindy weighs less than 50 kilos. She weighed in at less than 110, and she's got 231 pounds that she's going to pull up off the floor. So in equipped lifting, you will see that they are wearing a supportive suit. Almost everybody wears a belt. One thing that is required in deadlift, every lifter must wear shin-length socks. They cannot be in contact with the knee sleeves or the knee wraps, but they must be shin-length socks. Marie Brendan is up next. She's got 286 pounds. She's forecast to be in first place in the M2 division. Marie is our first of our Masters 2 lifters to come out onto the platform, and that's the reason why she is in first place. All right, Sarah Boland, also our Masters lifter. Sarah came in as number 1 on the equipped Masters 2 Women Pro Leaderboard. And with this deadlift, currently it places her in second place. This would be 145 kilos, which is 319 pounds. This is 20 kilos below her best ever. The knees are locked. It was a no lift. She got blue cards as well as a red card. And the red card for the deadlift is that you did not have your knees locked, or your shoulders were not back. And she had 2 referees that gave the blue card. And the blue card is that the bar was either supported on your legs or it went back down. On the platform now is Katie Dodge, our Nebraska State Chair. Katie came in number 1 on the Masters 1 equipped pro leaderboard. She finished with a record bench press of 138, and that was up and that was down, and it was 3 white lights, and that was that quick. All right, up next is going to be Kaylani Richardson. All right, Kaylani is also competing in the Masters 1. So we've got 2 lifters in the Masters 1 equipped division, Kaylani and Sarah Boland, and they're going head to head. And again, it's across weight classes and across age divisions, or ages, but within the age division Masters 1. Kaylani does the sumo style, which is the wide grip and the hands are directly below the shoulders. And that was a good lift, so she is on the board, and Kaylani is now solidly number 2 with Katie Dodge number 1 in the Masters 2 division, Masters 1 division. All right, we are starting second attempt deadlifts. This is just flying by. Dawn Dotson is going to be our lifter. She has chosen to repeat her opening attempt, 75 kilos, 165 pounds. Dawn is in the Masters 2 division. She's in the 100 plus kilo division. She gets the down signal. Let's see what the referees say. And it was by a split decision of 2-1. She did get a good lift in of 75 kilos. We are moving up now, 92.5 kilos for Stacy Metcalf. This is going to tie her personal best. And Stacy is in the Masters 2 division. She's currently in second place in the Masters 2. Again, the first place winner of the Masters divisions receives a $500 check. Stacy gets the signal to put it down, 92.5, and it's 3 white lights. She is definitely building that total, which is helpful when you are going for those coefficient numbers. All right, Ann Whitmarsh has jumped to 100 kilos. This is only 5 kilos below her personal best, and since she is a brand new M4, all of those numbers are from when she was in her 60s, and that was a good lift with 3 white lights for Ann. Cindy Goodrich is our lifter now, 110 kilos, 242 pounds. £242. Repositioning the bar. Cindy is also a sumo style puller, which means that her feet are wide out towards the weights. Her hands are inside her knees. So imagine, if you would, there was a giant boulder in front of her, or even a paper mache ball, and she went down and wrapped her arms around it, and that's how you would potentially practice for it. And she locked that one out with 3 white lights. 110 kilos is successful for her, 242 pounds. Next up is going to be at 142.5 or 314 pounds is going to be Marie Brendan. Marie is also from the state of Washington, just as Cindy is. Marie is also in the Masters 2 division. Super wide on that sumo. Her toes are almost all the way out to the plate. You brace, and there's a lot of posterior chain pulling across the back of the hamstrings in order to get that down. Gets a signal to put it down, and 3 white lights, so success for her. All right, Sarah Boland has chosen to repeat her opening attempt at 145 kilos. That should be 319. Sarah's on the platform. Sarah came in as the leader of the Masters 2 Pro Leaderboard. Also a sumo lifter. So the shoulders are over the bar. Hands are underneath the shoulders. Let's see what the referees say. They liked it. 3 white lights. That puts Sarah with a total now. So she's had 1 successful squat, 2 successful benches, 1 successful deadlift at this time to get a total. You have to have at least 1 successful squat, 1 bench, 1 deadlift in order to have a total. And now that she is in second place in the Masters 2 equipped division. Okay, Katie Dodge, this is our Masters 1 leader. She's asked for a 10-kilo increase to 195 kilos, and this is 429 pounds. Pulls it up super, super fast. She is in the first place, and she will continue to stay in first place because she has 3 white lights, and that was a good lift. Up next is going to be Kaylani Richardson. Kaylani is also competing in the Masters 1 division. And what she's trying to do is keep increasing her total so that she can challenge. Now, she is the same age as Katie Dodge. They're both 42 years old. So they both have the same age coefficient. So it's the DOTS coefficient, it's the body weight coefficient times total that's going to be the big difference for these two ladies. And that was 3 white lights for Kaylani, finishing it out. She was strong at that 205, which is 451 pounds. All right, we are starting 3rd attempt deadlifts. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it's flown by for me, but it has been outstanding lifting. We have the final 8 deadlifts ahead of us. These are the final 8 deadlifts for the equipped Masters female lifters in the Masters Pro Series final for USA Powerlifting. And A7 and Rogue are our sponsors for today, as well as for their presence at this meet. And we thank you very much for their support of USA Powerlifting, as well as all of our athletes. Dawn Dodson is on the platform with 85 kilos. This is 187 pounds. And it was a 2-to-1 decision, with one referee saying that the bar did not get locked out. Up next is going to be Stacy Metcalf. Stacy has only increased by 5 kilos. She went from 92.5 to 97.5. And this will be a 5-kilo PR increase for her. So she will be adding an extra 11 pounds to how much she does. Now she does the double overhand grip for the deadlift, which allows her to pull the shoulders back into her. She gets the signal to put the bar down, and she's already celebrating those white lights, even though they hadn't come on yet. But she was going, I got a new PR. Amy Pancake, who was competing earlier in session 3, is over on the sidelines cheering her on, both of them from Georgia. Ann Whitmarsh is up now. 70 years old, 107.5 kilos, 236 pounds. And ladies and gentlemen, she doesn't even weigh 100 pounds. I'm 130. 130 pounds body weight, and she's deadlifting 236 successfully. She finished the day with a 7 for 9 day. We count every single lift, and how many of them can we be successful, because those build our total. All right, Cindy Goodrich is finishing out her deadlift at 120 kilos. This is 264 pounds. And again, Cindy is competing in the 50. She weighed less than 50 kilos, so she's in the 52 kilo class, but she weighs less than 110 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. And on the bar right now, she has got 264 pounds. Let me say that again, 264 pounds, and she barely weighs 110. And it was 3 wide lights. She got it up, she locked it out, and executed beautifully. All right, now we are coming to Marie Brendan. Marie Brendan is also from the state of Washington, so we've had 2 lifters back-to-back from the state of Washington. Cindy Goodrich and then Marie Brendan. It was kind of like they were doing a tag team. Okay, I'm done. It's your turn now. 150 kilos on the bar for Marie. That's 330 pounds. She's going to finish with 5 kilos less than her personal best. She's currently in first place in the Equipped Masters 2. And she came in third in the leaderboard. All right, Sarah Bolin is up next, and Sarah's asked for 152.5 kilos. This is going to be 336. But Sarah can change the weight on the bar if she should choose, thinking that it would change the coefficient, or she may stay with that. It looks like at this time she's walking out to the platform, so she's going to stay with 152.5 kilos. Okay, this is 336. She's currently in the second place position. She's setting up the foot position for the sumo lift. Big breath. Grips the bar. Hips go down. She stands up by pushing her feet through the floor. She stands there waiting for the chief referee to give the signal to put the bar down. And she's already celebrating, and Sarah is celebrating that big time and helping, and Gino is helping to do that. Sarah does finish in second place in the Masters 2 division at this time. All right, we are finishing up with our final 2 deadlifts. These 2 ladies have traded back and forth in some ways, the Masters 1 division equipped leader. So Katie Dodge has asked for a 205.5, which is a record. Now, this could be partially strategic. So depending upon whether it's an American record that she's setting or a world record that she's setting, either way, she is chipping the record from 205 to 205.5. And in doing that, that builds that total. So it's not a full 2.5 kilos, but it is the 0.5, which helps to build that total more. And again, the coefficient, which is based on your body weight times your total and your master's age division, and both Katie and Kealani are the same age. Oh, she dropped the bar. It came out of her hands. All right, now we're in a situation where this is super exciting. Okay, Katie was going to lock it in with that 205.5 on that deadlift. Her total was going to be just unreachable with that. Now she's currently in first place, but Kealani is pulling last. And she's got a 215 on the bar. That's 473 pounds. If Kealani is successful, she will move from second place to first place. So Kealani's deadlift is absolutely crucial to determining the number 1 spot of the Masters 1 equipped women here at the Arnold Sports Festival Masters Pro Series Final. All right, I'm just going to be quiet. You guys we're all watching the same thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with the sumo, usually once you, it's 3 wide lights. She has now moved into the first place. So Kealani Richardson took first place with that final deadlift. It went down to the final deadlift. This is the equivalent. In powerlifting, this is the equivalent of a buzzer beater in basketball. The final field goal with 3 seconds left on the clock in a pro game. So it came down to the final deadlift in determining who was going to be the winners. Now, here's the other part that's important to know. We take all of our Masters females and we take your dots and age score, Masters, raw, and equipped, and we take all 20 of them and throw them into the pool, and whoever has the highest of the total and Masters age coefficient wins $1,000 today. So they are the overall Masters female winner, but each of our division winners in raw and equipped will earn $500. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been exciting to watch our Pro Series lifters today. Thank you for joining us here at USA Powerlifting at the Arnold Sports Festival. And again, A7 and Rogue, thank you so much for your sponsorship, and also a shout out to White Lights Media for doing such a great job on bringing this wonderful competition to you. This is Kathy Marksteiner, and I'm signing off. I had a great day today with you. Thank you.
let's get a group shot. All right, just relax, at ease, gentlemen and ladies. We're gonna start the medals presentation. Handing out the medals, we have Jackie Kenjerski, right over here, the beautiful Jackie Kenjerski, and the president of USA Powerlifting. Give me a round of applause for Dr. Larry Manley, president. He's running his whole shindig. First category is females equipped, Masters 1, silver medal, Jackie. The silver medal goes to Katie Dodge. Katie Dodge. All right. How about first place, Kehaulani Richardson. All right. Have they gone out to the bar? Katie or Kehaulani? K or K? Are either of you here? All right, we'll move on to the next category, and we'll get back to them if they show up. Women's equipped, Masters 2, bronze medal winner, Stacy Metcalf.
So I'm going to kill time here just for a minute because Johnny Graham is yelling at all the lifters to get dressed and come out. What do you all think of the show? This is the finals of the Masters Pro Series. These are the very best master lifters actually in the world. And they're here putting on a show for you. We look forward to more Pro Series events over the course of the year, and we're going to continue to grow this Pro Series circuit so it turns out to be something where people can actually make a little money and you can actually see the best of the best. So please give the lifters again a round of applause. We're getting a few more of them out here. Wouldn't you know it, it's the guys who are late. They were doing their hair, I think.
All right, we're gonna start over again. I could be in bed right now, you know. Here we go. Let's start over again. Women's equipped, Masters 1, the silver medal winner, Katie Dodge. And in first place, Kehaulani Richardson. Kehaulani receives a check for $500. $500. How about that, folks? She's a pro, collecting $500. Women's equipped, Masters 2, bronze medal winner, Stacy Metcalf. Silver medal, Sarah Boland. And in first place, Marie Brendan. for $1,000 from USA Powerlifting, Kehalani Richardson. Thank you, ladies. Let's move on to the women's Raw Masters 1. 3 winners here. Ladies and gentlemen, bronze medal winner, Jennifer Sauter. Looking pretty in pink. The silver medal winner, Becky Enright. Hey, Bill, let's go get a steak. And the gold medal winner, Jacqueline Dubley. How do I say it? Duble. Jacqueline Duble. Jacqueline receives a check for $500. Wow, I really let her down on that, didn't I? I'm sorry. $500 is nothing to sneeze at. You know how many tens of thousands USA Powerlifting is given out over this weekend? A lot more than any other federation. I can tell you that. Women's Raw Masters 2, 3 winners. Bronze medal winner, Cynthia Browning. Silver medal winner, doing her pin squats, Melissa Mitchell, Mel Mitchell. Give me a pin squat, Mel, give me a pin squat. And in first place, Alicia Webb. With a check for $500 from USA Powerlifting. Oh yeah, there they are. Women's Raw Masters 3. The bronze medal winner, Joanne Craig. The silver medal winner, Janice Francis. And in first place, Mr. Garcia, it's Diane Coon. Let her up there, Joanne, let her up there. With a check for $500 from USA Powerlifting. Oh, you guys are all rock stars. All right, you're done, ladies. Go. You're rock stars anyway. All right, here we go. These next 2 ladies, I believe, are both 72 years old, and I believe they both set American and world records. So when they come up, I want a big round of applause. Silver medal winner, Linda Gorham. You're a rock star. Put your game on. And in first place, a big round of applause, the gold medal winner, Sonia Stevens. Masters Raw Lifters by formula. Best overall lifters regardless of the weight class for the females. The bronze medal winner, best overall lifter by formula, Becky Enright. And the silver medal best overall lifter by formula, a Sam Calhoun lifter. Her name is Mel Mitchell. And ladies and gentlemen, coming in first place, best overall lifter by formula, receiving a check from USA Powerlifting for $1,000, Alicia Webb. Did you see that, Mama Webb? Did you see that? I see you out there, Mama Webb. Give these three fine young ladies another round of applause. All right, let's move to the boys, or the men, I should say. Two, Larry, two. Here we go, men's Equip Masters 1. Silver medal winner, Eric Cordiero, executive committee member. And in first place, he came in first place. He's going to fly home in first class. A big round of applause for Ryan Donnelly. Thank you, boys. Let's move on to men's Equip Masters 2. Bronze medal winner, Chris Eastman. Silver medal, Ted Longo. And in first place, my main man, Alan Crockover. Give them another round of applause. He receives a check for $500. Is that right, Alan? Does that say 500? All right. They're all 500. All right, and here we go. Masters, where am I? Masters 3, 2. Silver medal winner, men's Equip Masters 3, Ted Stewart. Ted Stewart. Come on, pal. And in first place, Gary Pamplin. And he receives a check for $500 from USA Powerlifting. Men's Equip Masters 3. I'm sorry, I just did that, Masters 3. Men's Equip Masters 4. The gold medal winner, first place. A big round of applause for Mr. Bill Sindelar. He receives a check for $500 from USA Powerlifting. Bill, you got that check for $500. Now we can go out to Ruth Chris tonight and you can pay. Give him another round of applause. Take a like, Larry. All right. That's all of the equipped lifters. Now, how about we go on to the best overall equipped lifters by formula? 3 of them. Pamplin. And Gary Pamplin receives a check from USA Powerlifting for $1,000. Three, Larry. All right, let's move on to the men's Raw Masters 1 bronze medal winner from Roosevelt Island, New York, Rob Ward. Rob, that is some shirt, man. I feel like I did a mushroom. And the silver medal winner, Matthew Swanson, fresh back from Australia. Guy went all the way down to Australia to live for the USA at their Worlds. And in first place, Jacob Lyons, receiving a check for $500. Best lifters by formula in the raw category, bronze medal winner, Nathan Gorham. Is Nathan here? Oh, thanks for coming, Nathan. Is that not right? Jan Dorio. silver medal winner, best overall raw lifter by formula, Matty Muccigrosso. And in first place, the gold medal winner, receiving a check for how much? $1,000, Jacob Lyons. Stay up there a moment, fellas. And the bronze medal winner, come on back, Nathan Gorham. Yes, I told you I was right, Nathan. Give me a round of applause to Nathan. And Lyons receives that check for $1,000. Give me a round of applause for these three lifters. Now, Larry gives out participation medals, and Jackie gives out everybody's pro patch, their pro card patch. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step down. Watch out, Matty. Watch out. That first step is a doozy. Hold on. Wait till everybody gets all their credentials and their awards. Babe Ellis, we get a steak. Now, I normally make everybody turn to the left and file out, but there's too many of you. I just want you to disperse into the crowd after I tell the audience to give you all the best master lifters in the world one more round of applause. The best masters lifters in the world. All right, disperse.